Chapter 4139. Lu Xue's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the sword Dao and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Ouyang Bing's strength was only below average among the fourth-grade Sky Splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Ouyang Lai had died, how could he be Lu Xue's match? Not to mention that Yu He, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Yang Kai was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower-grade Sky Splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After piercing Ouyang Lai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the Divine Essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened, and a ray of light shot out from the Divine Essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realm's cultivator who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm cultivator. However, it was different with the Divine Essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th-grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the Divine Essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star Disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter Realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade Sky Splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The Heaven-opening realm condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the Divine Essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower-grade split the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Ouyang Bing's life force to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yu He, let alone the two of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Bing was killed by Lu Xue's sword. Her eyes were wide open and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet Yu He and Lu Xue in this Chiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage Heaven Splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star Disciples still have the strength to resist? Yu He Lu Xue's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star Disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star Disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then he put Yu He, Lu Xue, and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information Yu He had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side, the Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people, so Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the Water Spirit Land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank heaven-opening masters and hundreds of Crimson Star Sect's disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released Yu He and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future, but who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by Yu He, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank heaven-opening masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity Scepter bag that could hide Yu-He and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Qin Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit land. The 2 on the Fire Spirit land side were undoubtedly Qin Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Qin Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Yang Kai did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the Fire Spirit land, in the Fire Spirit fruit orchard, Qin Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Qin Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Qiqiao land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. The spirit fruits produced could be used to refine the heaven-opening pill, which was also the biggest source of income for the Qiqiao land. From now on, this would be Crimson Star's industry. While they were inspecting, a stream of light came from afar and soon arrived in front of them, revealing a figure. Qin Tianfei looked up and saw a man cupping his fists and saying, "Master Qin, the 2 Ouyang masters have a message for you." Saying so, he presented a jade slip with both hands. The person who came was naturally Yang Kai. Just like what he had said to the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin before, there was no change at this moment. Bei Yushan muttered, "What do those 2 brothers want to do?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Qin Tianfei stopped him and looked at Yang Kai faintly. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "This disciple's status is lowly, I'm afraid Master Qin won't pay attention to me." He was a little annoyed, this fatty really wasn't easy to deal with. When he used this method to deal with the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, they didn't ask him anything, but when it came to this damn fatty, he was acting suspiciously. Qin Tianfei chuckled. "This king has been nurtured and trusted by the first master and has been in charge of Crimson Star for many years. Now there are 3,351 people under Crimson Star, and this king has memorized their names and appearances, but I don't remember you. Where did you come from?" Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. 3,351 people, and he could memorize their names and appearances? Was this fatty for real? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Qin Tianfei suddenly sighed. "The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin are most likely dead, right?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Tianfei in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled encouragingly. "Master Qin must be joking, the 2 Ouyang brothers are currently patrolling the Earth's spiritual land." Qin Tianfei slowly shook his head. "If that's the case, why didn't they respond when I sent a message to them?" Not only did they not respond, but Madame Qin also didn't respond. Qin Tianfei's eyes narrowed as a cold light blossomed from them. "Who are you?" "You've been exposed." Yang Kai sighed and looked at Qin Tianfei. "Master Qin is amazing to be able to see through this young master is impressed." As he spoke, his voice returned to normal. Qin Tianfei's eyes widened. Yang Kai. 7 faces could not only change his appearance and aura, he could also change his voice. Now that he had revealed his original voice, Qin Tianfei immediately recognized him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How could Yang Kai appear here? After the people from Soaring Smoke Hall left, he had already sent disciples to guard the damaged areas of the spirit array, so it was impossible for someone to sneak in. Could it be that he had been here before? But how did he get in? Qin Tianfei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from feeling ecstatic. "Brat, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to walk, and there is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I couldn't find you at first, but now that you've shown yourself, let's see how you'll die." Yang Kai laughed. "Since I dared to show myself, then I won't be afraid of you, the ones who will die today are you." He raised his hand and opened the Rui pouch, revealing Yu-He and the others. At the same time, Qin Tianfei also waved his hand. "Set up the spirit array." Originally there were many disciples around Qin Tianfei. These disciples seemed to be standing in groups of 2s and 3s, but in fact they were hiding something and had long been on guard. Qin Tianfei was quick-witted, and when he couldn't contact the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, he immediately realized that something had happened to them. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Yang Kai didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Qin Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. Yuhi raised her hand to meet the attack and Qin Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yuhi's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage, so he immediately exclaimed, "First Master." Gem? Yuhi was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's first master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yuhi. Yuhi changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. Lady Yuhi is indeed powerful. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yuhi indifferently and praised her generously. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. First Master is also not bad. Chapter 4140. The two were both level 5 sky splitters, but they had never fought before. After all, there was no opportunity for them to fight in the great cosmological realm. At that time, Zhao Baichuan was very respectful in front of Yang Kai. With Zhao Baichuan's rescue, Qin Tianfei was able to break free from Yuhi and quickly stood beside Zhao Baichuan with Bei Yushan. Meanwhile, many Crimson Star low-rank heaven splitters laid down a large formation, their auras tightly linked together, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Everyone's figures were wandering around, not revealing their mysteries for the time being. Nobody knew what this formation was. Sword Pavilion had a sword formation, so Red Star naturally had its own foundation. Although Yang Kai had once entered Red Star and was the 6th master, he still didn't know much about Red Star's secrets. Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin. Zhao Baichuan frowned slightly and looked at Yuhi. Are they dead or alive? He was preparing to go into seclusion to refine the 7 Openings Lands formation Jade Ring, but before he started, he received a message from Qin Tianfei saying that Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin had lost contact. Something must have happened. He didn't dare to believe it at that time. After all, Red Star had just colluded with Flying Smoke Hall to seize the 7 Openings Land. When he left, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin were fine. What could have happened in such a short time? Besides, there was no one else in the entire 7 Openings Land except for them, who could do anything to them. After trying to contact them, he found that it was as Qin Tianfei said, he couldn't reach them at all. Zhao Baichuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't care less about refining the formation Jade Ring and immediately hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to react. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, and his strength was far inferior to him, so he naturally couldn't detect him. At this moment, seeing Yuhi, Yang Kai, and the others, how could Zhao Baichuan not know that his 3 capable assistants had been plotted against? Yuhi chuckled, they are naturally dead. Zhao Baichuan's face sank. Miss Yuhi, although your courage is commendable, this is unwise. Are you bullying Red Star because there is no one else? Although Yuhi had Lu Shui and Yang Kai as well as the Red Dragon and Earth Dragon in Zhao Baichuan's eyes, except for Yuhi who was a 5th stage sky splitter, the others were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he dealt with Yuhi, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. Yuhi laughed lightly and said, why does Head need to probe? Since this concubine dares to appear, naturally, I am not afraid of you. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, Miss, do you have the confidence to win against me? On his side he had a 5th stage splitter, 2 4th stage splitters and dozens of lower stage splitters. On the other hand, Yuhi and Yang Kai only had 1 5th stage splitter, 1 4th stage splitter, 1 5th stage splitter, and 1 from the Emperor realm. They were just 2 mutated beasts. The disparity in strength and numbers was so great that they had no hope of winning. We'll only know after we fight, Yuhi said calmly. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, perhaps we can have a good talk. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Qin Tianfei was stunned. Why did the first master's words sound like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Were they not going to avenge the deaths of the 3 heads? Yuhi was also stunned for a moment. She chuckled and said, what does the first master want to talk about? Zhao Baichuan said, my Crimson Star has now obtained the Qiqiao land, and there are many things waiting to be done. We are in need of people. Miss, you killed 3 of my heads and this hatred is unresolvable. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family. Qin Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. As expected of the first master, His vision was even more far-sighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yang Kai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yuhi was after all a 5th grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yang Kai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But, would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yuhi chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yang Kai. Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him. Yang Kai put on a straight face and said coolly, in his dreams. Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan. First master, you heard my young master's reply. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Junior, you only have one life and one chance. Don't make a mistake. He could not understand why Yuhi, a 5th grade splitter, would listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said arrogantly, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Dao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin will be your examples. Zhao Baichuan was furious. Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Seeing this, Qin Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, attack! As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yang Kai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before and its power was not obvious, but at this moment when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, so Yang Kai and the others who were surrounded by it could not escape at all. However, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and he was not in a hurry. Yuhi raised her hand and chuckled lightly, you have a spirit array to help you, but I also have a spirit array. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger and his expression changed greatly, but before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Without a sound, the lower grade split the heavens turned into powder and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mark where it had been. The expressions of Qi Xing and the others changed greatly, and Zhao Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost. How can you control this spirit array? That bolt of lightning was clearly the power of the 7 Apertures Earth Spirit Array, not Yuhi's own power. Previously, when the 7 Apertures Heavenly Monarch controlled this spirit array to resist the attacks of the soaring smoke hall, Zhao Baichuan had recognized it at a glance. After all, this was the spirit array of a 2nd-grade force. Although Yuhi had only refined 50% of the jade slit, she could still use a portion of its power. The dead heaven splitter was only at the 2nd stage and was unable to resist the power of this spirit array, so this attack immediately succeeded. Yuhi chuckled, there are many things you don't know. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk lightning fell from the sky, rumbling in all directions. Zhao Baichuan and the others all paled and cried out in alarm, using various methods to resist. Their strength was not bad and they were able to block the attacks of the lightning. However, the low-rank heaven splitters were out of luck. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky in an endless stream. No matter how hard they tried, they could not block them. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and more than half of the several dozen low-grade splitters died in an instant. The spirit array set up by Qi Xing collapsed, and the pressure on Yang Kai and the others was greatly reduced. They immediately activated the Divine Essence-fused gourd, and the Divine Essence-fused light swept out, combining with the power of lightning to attack the enemy. Lu Shui wielded the aqua sword, and sword light flowed and cold qi filled the air, each strike reaping lives. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon's massive bodies also charged into the enemy group, and the surviving low-grade splitters were all horrified. Bitch, stop. Zhao Baichuan's eyes widened as he roared, and the aura of world force surged as he charged towards Yuhi. Yuhi chuckled and with a thought, the spirit array changed again. A thick fog appeared out of thin air, enveloping a large area in the blink of an eye, directly enveloping her, Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tian, and Bei Yushan. The thick fog tumbled, and the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside, mixed with the angry shouts of the 3 masters from Qi Xing, but no one could be seen. This was the convenience of controlling the spirit array. Yuhi was a 5th grade splitter, and in terms of ability she was on par with Zhao Baichuan, but by relying on the many transformations of the spirit array, she could fight 1 against 3, creating an opportunity for Lu Shui to kill the enemy. Qi Xing originally had several dozen low-grade splitters, but they were first ambushed and killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then more than half of them were killed by Yuhi's spirit array. Now, almost all of them were injured, and with Lu Shui's aura of a 4th stage splitter filling the air, how could they dare resist? Yang Kai held the divine essence-fused light, and the 6th stage divine essence-fused light filled the air, sweeping through the world. There was also the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. One low-grade splitter after another died and corpses fell from the sky. In just a few dozen breaths of time, almost all of the low-grade splitters who were lucky enough to survive had died, and only a few people managed to escape. Lu Shui wanted to kill them all, but Yang Kai stopped her. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Turning his head to look at the fog, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the few low-grade splitters who had escaped. Now the main thing was to deal with the remaining 3 masters from Qi Xing. Although Yuhi could fight 1 against 3 by relying on the power of the spirit array, she hadn't completely refined the jade slit ring, so the power of the spirit array she could display was limited. Now that she was fighting 1 against 3, it was hard to say how long she could trap them. Suddenly, a burly figure rushed out of the fog. It was Bei Yushan. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of murderous intent. When he rushed out of the fog he was still a little confused. Previously when he was in the fog he couldn't display his strength at all, and he couldn't even find where Yuhi was hiding. This made him furious and he had rampaged through the fog, but he hadn't expected to actually break free. At this moment when he raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Lu Shui, he immediately shouted, "Thieves, hand over your lives." The ground under his feet cracked open, and Bei Yushan pounced towards Yang Kai and Lu Shui like a wild beast that had just been let out of its cage. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon rushed forward, but they were sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Their huge bodies tumbled far away, smashing a large orchard. Chapter 41-41. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Shui met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful, this person has extraordinary strength, don't fight him head-on," Yang Kai warned while holding the divine essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light as if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword chi. Chi. When the sword chi struck Bei Yushan, it was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th stage heaven splitter, Lu Shui's sword chi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, this was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time Lu Shui frowned. After blocking Lu Shui's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly he punched towards Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the 6th stage divine essence-fused light was boundless, so Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Yang Kai urged the divine essence-fused light, many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Bei Yushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the 6th grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between 4th stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Bei Yushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Qin Tianfei were trapped by Yuhi's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Shui to kill this Bei Yushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously they had been sent flying by Beiyushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Beiyushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Beiyushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Yang Kai's first essence magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Beiyushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Beiyushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Xue's sword ring. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Beiyushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Beiyushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chen Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Beiyushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person, but at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Beiyushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Xue's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Beiyushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Beiyushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Beiyushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Beiyushan, restricting his freedom, but under Beiyushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Xue to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Beiyushan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body and smashed it onto the Earth Dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you." Beiyushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Xue, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Xue didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Beiyushan's head. Beiyushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Beiyushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Beiyushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Xue. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged, but with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Beiyushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. "A mere Emperor Realm Master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life." He actually abandoned Lu Xue and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. "Be careful." Lu Xue cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Beiyushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Xue almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Jiuyin's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Jiuyin's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Xue was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race. Lu Xue was dumbfounded. The small giant Beiyushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Beiyushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Beiyushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled and Beiyushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shue's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Beiyushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then the dragon claw slowly raised and Beiyushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Beiyushan laughed wildly, "Ha, good again." As if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword chi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword chi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. This guy is crazy, Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai regained his footing and looked down at Beiyushan, who was rushing towards him, his expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Beiyushan's eyes lit up and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength. They were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yang Kai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar, he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Beiyushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury, the blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead." In his anger, he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon spear as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Beiyushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that Yu He had used a lot of Qiqiaolan's resources to activate this attack. Chapter 41-42. The consumption was huge, but the effect was very obvious. Beiyushan was enveloped by the purple lightning and immediately trembled like a sieve. His hair stood on end. The lightning wandered around his body and dispersed the blood mist, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. At this moment, the blue dragon spear arrived. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through Beiyushan's chest and exiting from his back, directly piercing through his heart. Beiyushan's eyes widened as he grabbed the blue dragon spear with both hands and threw it behind him. The force behind this throw was so strong that even Yang Kai was unable to hold on. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Sensing the aura of death, Yang Kai's heart rang with alarm as he roared, "Dragon Shield!" The seal in his body began to shine brightly, and an earthen yellow energy overflowed from his body, transforming into one solid dragon shield after another, blocking between him and Beiyushan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shields had appeared, layer upon layer. Although the quality of the earth attribute Yang Kai condensed was extremely high, because he had not broken through to splitting the heavens, this was just a simple application of earth attribute force. Although its defense was not weak, in the face of the world force of a fourth-stage heaven-splitting master's fury, it was still insufficient. If not for this, he would not have been able to summon so many dragon shields at once. This was also the reason why the sixth-stage divine essence-fused light was blocked by some lower-stage heaven-splitting masters. Kacha. Wherever the fist passed, the dragon shields shattered one after another as if they were made of paper. However, although the dragon shields were shattered, they were not completely useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's fist. The hundreds of dragon shields only lasted 3 breaths of time before shattering completely. The fist rapidly expanded in Yang Kai's field of vision, smashing into his abdomen. Dragon scales were sent flying as Yang Kai's huge figure was sent flying, blood spraying out from his wounds mid-air. Enduring the pain, he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, the rich divine essence-fused light surged out and swept towards Bei Yushan. Originally, after Bei Yushan had used that secret technique, his body had expanded and his strength had soared. Blood mist had covered the surface of his body, making his defense impregnable. However, after being struck by Yuhi's lightning bolt, the blood mist had collapsed and a flaw had appeared in his defense, allowing Yang Kai to succeed. And now there was an enormous hole in Bei Yushan's chest. The front of his chest was completely penetrated. His heart had been punctured. Such an injury could be said to be fatal, but Bei Yushan still hadn't died. It could be seen how tenacious his vitality was. Dense divine light of origin magnetism poured into Bei Yushan's body through this hole, washing his flesh and blood. Bei Yushan acted as if he didn't feel anything as he strode towards Yang Kai step by step, determined to kill him. Sword chi crisscrossed as a dazzling sword light slashed towards Bei Yushan. Lu Shui tried to stop it, but it wasn't very effective. She could only watch helplessly as Bei Yushan rushed towards Yang Kai, her heart leaping into her throat. Yang Kai was severely injured and was unable to maintain his dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only punched him once, it had to be known that this was a strike from a 4th-grade opening heaven-burning wrath. Yang Kai was lucky that he hadn't died. By relying on the hundreds of dragon shields and the strength of his half-dragon body, he had already returned to his original form by the time he was sent flying. The little giant rushed in front of him, swinging his fist. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movements suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Shui had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end he had still died. Lu Shui let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were at the 4th stage heaven-splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yuhi's Spirit Array, Yang Kai's endless trump cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover. Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Qin Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Shui's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yuhi's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Shui the details. Lu Shui nodded and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Shui's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? He controlled the spirit array and restrained the two Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yu He, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, this fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy, but at this moment he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment, his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shui had succeeded in this one move. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up, like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. Bitch Lu Shui, how dare you trick me? Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Shui's face was solemn. You're still alive. She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First it was Bei Yushan and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's 5th grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. Die for me. Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Shui. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Shui's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state he could not defeat Yu He, nor was he a match for Lu Shui. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip. To be able to be trusted by Zhao Baichuan and manage Qi Xing for so many years, Chen Tianfei's strength was not just his fat. Lu Shui hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yu He must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned a long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourds were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. What is this? Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, 5th stage heaven opening? From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Qin Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jianghu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Yang Kai greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Yang Kai. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Yang Kai did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vine splitting the heavens' power, Yang Kai swept the vine at Qin Tianfei. Qin Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only 1 rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vine swept over and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Qin Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Qin Tianfei wailed in his heart and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Yang Kai was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai relied on the golden crow casting sun dharma divine technique and was able to compete with the lower grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Yang Kai never thought that he would be able to kill Qin Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. "Lu Shui." Before Qin Tianfei could attack again, Yang Kai shouted. Lu Shui was already prepared. When Yang Kai summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a 3rd eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword chi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the Great Cosmological Realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use this secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Qin Tianfei. The sword chi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Qin Tianfei. Although Qin Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Qin Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious, not to mention that there was still pure sword chi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Qin Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Shui felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Qin Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Qin Tianfei's eyes trembled and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the headmaster trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Shui held her sword and chased after him. Yang Kai's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Qin Tianfei, blocking his path. the gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Qin Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Just now Yang Kai had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Yang Kai without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Qin Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Qin Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Yang Kai withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun, there was the cry of the golden crow. "So what if you have a divine technique Dharma idol? Those who block me will die." Qin Tianfei roared. Although a divine technique Dharma idol was good, and Zhao Baichuan had said that Yang Kai's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter, Qin Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were 2 completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yang Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yang Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Qin Tianfei's hatred for Yang Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly there was a loud crack. Qin Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Qin Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Qin Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Qin Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Qin Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment Yang Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the azure dragon spear, the golden crow casting sun divine technique Dharma idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Qin Tianfei. Hong Long Long. A figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Qin Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Shui's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then he was severely injured by the Mind's Eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yuhi's control array. Yang Kai's golden crow casting sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the golden crow casting sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Qin Tianfei could easily break through the divine technique Dharma idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Shui and Yuhi, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Qin Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Shui had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the azure dragon spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Qin Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Shui had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Qin Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of Yuhi, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge 7 corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this 7 corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the first inn was not bad, Senior White and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This Seven Corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the first inn, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender, don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender, master, please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chen Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Shui to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face and immediately surrendered. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, "Ah Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you, so please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master, so how could he control a fourth-grade Heaven Splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Dao seal, but this fatty was a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qixing this time, how could Chen Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chen Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chen Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands?" Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the Loyalty and Justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand, "Spare his life." Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where is the Loyalty and Justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is here, Master, please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the Loyalty and Righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick and there were 3 large words written on its cover, "Loyalty and Righteousness Book." Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the Loyalty and Justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the Loyalty and Justice chart or this small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This Loyalty and Righteousness manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "This Loyalty and Righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xieji. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master." Xieji. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xieji's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair, so it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xieji's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, "Several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this Loyalty and Justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the loyalty and justice demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void. 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the loyalty and justice demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the loyalty and justice chart. Everyone thought that the loyalty and justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands? Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this loyalty and justice chart, so it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? How do I use this thing? Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Shui to explain, Chen Tianfei said, as long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death. In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. If one day you have second thoughts. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. Absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use this Sheji horn to cut off my name and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours, Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. Although this loyalty and justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents. It shouldn't be. Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the loyalty and justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the star boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was head chief Hua Qingxi and second chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, so with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the Master with all his might." Lu Shui cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist Yu He in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse and let him and Lu Shui go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yu He's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Shui's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open. Although they had the help of the Great Array, and the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan, the final struggle of a fifth-grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Qiqiao land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Qiqiao land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth-grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world might would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, He was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Qiqiao land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yuhi what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Qin Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Qiqiao land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now the Qiqiao land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Qiqiao land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Qin Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yuhi recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan and Qin Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally she did not understand why Qin Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Qin Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. Yuhi smiled lightly. A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse, and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Qiqiao land for example. It can strengthen the foundation of the Qiqiao land and expand its area. It can do that? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yuhi smiled. Of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Qiqiao land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill, Yuhi pursed her lips, that'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Qiqiao land is at least 10% stronger than before. Yuhi's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. Chapter 41-45. The Qiqiao land's foundation wasn't just something visible to the naked eye. There were also many benefits that couldn't be seen or touched, such as world energy and world principles. As the foundation of the Qiqiao land increased, the power of the defensive spirit array would also increase. There were many other benefits. It wasn't strange for it to have such growth. In this short period of time, at least several hundred Heaven Opening Realm Masters had died in the Qiqiao land. Dozens of Heaven Opening Realm Masters from Qixing had been killed here. In the previous battle, the Qiqiao land's Heaven Opening Realm Masters had also died. Although they were all low-rank Heaven Opening Realm Masters, there were still many of them. Even 7 or 8 mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm Masters had died. The Qiqiao land originally had 3 mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm Venerables, but 2 of them had died, leaving only with Spirit Land's Venerable Miaoyu to surrender and drag out an ignoble existence. The Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch himself had been assassinated by Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan, dying an unnatural death. In this battle, 3 mid-rank masters had died. Then Yang Kai changed his appearance and used Yuhi's heaven-opening realm power to kill the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan and Zhao Baichuan. These were 5 more mid-rank masters. It was the world force released by the deaths of so many heaven-opening realm masters that filled the Qiqiao land, allowing its foundation to grow significantly. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. In the entire Qiqiao land, besides Yang Kai, Yuhi, Lu Shui and Qin Tianfei who had just surrendered, there was only the Scarlet Flood Dragon left. Such a large piece of land was empty and desolate. Yang Kai released everyone from the small sealed world bead and Guizian from his wish bag. Only then did he regain some vitality. When Guizian saw Qin Tianfei, he was shocked. He didn't know how this fatty had become so thin, but when he learned that the Qiqiao land now belonged to Yang Kai, everyone was naturally jubilant. The aftermath of the battle was a headache, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the repair of the spirit array. The protective array was damaged in the previous battle, and it required a master who was proficient in array formations to repair it. It also required a lot of manpower and resources. Yang Kai did not lack resources. In the great cosmological realm, he had already made a lot of money. Now that he had killed Zhao Baichuan and even collected the 30% of Qi Xing's profits, it was not a problem to repair a 7-way lands protective array. The key was manpower. Where could he find an expert who was proficient in the Tao of formations? Even if he did, would he be trustworthy? These were all problems. In Yang Kai's plan, the 7 openings lands would be the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and also the foundation of everyone in the star boundary. But now, with so many things to do, he didn't know where to start. A few days later, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Everyone's injuries also improved a lot, especially Qin Tianfei. Although his body did not become fatter, he was no longer as weak as before. Meng Hong and the others came to bid farewell. He was a disciple of the Great Moon State. Previously, he was inadvertently involved in the great cosmological realm and had not been heard from for more than 10 years. The people of the Great Moon State must have thought that he had met with an accident. In the past 10 years, he had also made great gains in the great cosmological realm. After all, he had used the Tai Divine Purification Water to wash away the 3rd grade power in his Tao Seal and replaced it with a 5th grade power. In the future, he had the potential to reach the 5th grade and split open the heavens. Once he grew to the 5th grade, the status of the Great Moon State would also rise with it. Now he was the future hope of the Great Moon State. After returning, he would definitely be fully cultivated by the Great Moon State. Now that he had escaped from the great cosmological realm, it was natural for him to return to the Great Moon State to report his safety. Yang Kai did not ask him to stay. Before he left, he handed him a space ring. Meng Hong took it and checked it. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Yang, Meng Hong can't accept such a big gift." With that said, he was about to push it back. The contents of the ring were none other than a few sets of 5th grade resources, which were also the resources Meng Hong needed. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Meng gave me a world fruit before. What's the big deal if I give you these now? To be honest, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Meng Hong's world fruit was a medium-grade world fruit, which could allow a medium-grade world fruit to advance to the 1st grade. Yang Kai did not have many of them, only 3. He knew that even if he returned the world fruit to Meng Hong, the other party would not accept it. Meng Hong was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. After receiving a favor, he would definitely find a way to repay it. Therefore, Yang Kai settled for the second best and gave him a few sets of resources. After all, Yang Kai had plenty of them. In terms of value, a medium-grade world fruit was not comparable to a few 5th-grade resources. Seeing that Meng Hong still wanted to refuse, Yang Kai said, "Great Moon Province is only a 3rd-grade force and I've seen your leader. He's only a 3rd-grade world fruit. Brother Meng, have you ever thought about how long it would take for Great Moon Province to gather all the resources you need to advance to splitting the heavens? Brother Meng, you have so many years ahead of you, so why waste them waiting? With these resources, Brother Meng can advance to splitting the heavens sooner and help the sect in turn." Although these words were a little harsh, they were the truth. Meng Hong was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily and put away the ring. "Brother Yang, this Meng will never forget your kindness." The main reason was that the financial resources of the Great Moon Province were indeed not strong enough. He could not bear to ask the sect to raise those level 5 resources for him. If he were to use all the power of the sect to support him, how would the other junior brothers and sisters cultivate? It was because of this consideration that he did not refuse again. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Meng, you're too serious. In addition, I've prepared some things for your 2 junior brothers, Old Fong, Daiyu and Ah Sunday. Please take them back." Meng Hong's 2 junior brothers had stayed with him in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. Yang Kai had prepared 4th-grade resources for them. Although their foundation had been laid and they had condensed 3rd-grade power, it was not impossible for them to condense 4th-grade power. In the future, when they reached 3rd-grade world fruit, their strength would be stronger. As for Old Fong and the others, he had prepared 3 portions of Tai Divine Purification Water. There were no yin-yang or 5 elements resources because Yang Kai did not know where their limits were and whether they should wash away the power in their Tao seals. If they intended to break and rebuild like Meng Hong and recondense the power of yin-yang or 5 elements, they would use the Tai Divine Purification Water. After washing away the power, Yang Kai would prepare resources for them for cultivation. Meng Hong nodded and took it. After thanking Yang Kai again, he took his 2 junior brothers and said goodbye to Chenyu. Yang Kai called Qin Tianfei and asked him to escort the four of them. The Kikikyo territory was not close to the large territory where the Great Moon Prefecture was located. They had to pass through several large territories. The journey was long and it might be dangerous for the three of them alone. After all, they might encounter some robbers. It would be safer with Qin Tianfei, a fourth-grade world fruit, to escort them. Meng Hong did not refuse. Qin Yu's force was located in the same large territory as the Great Moon Prefecture, so everyone was returning in the same direction. After a short while, the group of 5 passed through the gap in the array and disappeared. After watching Meng Hong and the others leave, Yang Kai turned around and glanced at Lu Shui. "What are your plans for the future?" She was originally a member of the Sword Pavilion. She had sought refuge with Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm just to seek a temporary peace. She had no home to return to outside the great cosmological realm. She had contributed a lot to helping Yang Kai kill the Qixing people. Speaking of which, Yang Kai wanted her to stay. After all, he needed people at this time. After Qin Tianfei was sent out, the only people he could use were Yuhi, Guizian, and the others. Lu Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion when she heard this. Yang Kai did not urge her but said, "If you want to leave, I won't keep you. I have prepared 100 million opening heaven pills for you, which should be enough to ensure that you have no worries about cultivation for the rest of your life. If you want to come to the Qiqiao land in the future, you are welcome to come back at any time. Of course, it would be better if you could stay." Lu Shui was slightly moved. 100 million heaven opening pills was not a small number, but Yang Kai being able to give it to her was a testament to his courage. Even though Yang Kai's wealth was now comparable to that of a nation's, who would complain about having too many heaven opening pills. It could be said that with this 100 million opening heaven pills, Lu Shui would no longer have to worry about her own cultivation resources in the future. She only needed to find a star city to cultivate, and there would always be a chance for her to advance to the 6th grade in the future. "Can I stay?" Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you can, but you have seen the situation of the Qiqiao land now. As long as you don't mind, from now on, this will be your home." Lu Shui did not think too much and smiled. "I will stay." Yang Kai also smiled. "Then you are most welcome." Lu Shui bowed gracefully. Subordinate greets master. She did not look down on Yang Kai just because his cultivation was lower than hers. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life, not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do." Lu Shui said seriously, "Master, please ask for instructions." Yang Kai took out a token and said, "Take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lan. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here." This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, "Yes." Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, "There is no time to lose. Set off now. Be careful on the road and return early." "Rest assured, master." After Lu Shui said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Shui to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that Yuhi was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. "Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you are so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place?" Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but Yuhi clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, "At worst, I will be beaten to death by her." Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the Seven Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. Now that the Seven Possibilities land had fallen into his hands, placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, this Seven Possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang, they were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6 Unity Wish bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang. A remnant soul. Yuhi frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities, but today there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the 7 Possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated mid-air and turned his head to look around. "You're back." He let out a long sigh filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the jade ring that was hidden in Yuhi's sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied. The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the 7 Openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the 7 Openings land. "I don't have much time. Come with me." Su Huang's remnant soul said again and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and Yuhi exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the Earth's spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the 7 Openings land. The 7 Openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. The arrangement of these 7 spiritual provinces was very interesting. The Earth's spiritual land was located in the center and occupied the most vast area. The metal, wood, water, and fire provinces were located on the left and right sides. The Yin-Yang spiritual land was located at the head and tail of the Earth's spiritual land. If one were to look down from above, the 7 Openings land would look like a tortoise lying in the void. The tortoise's back was the Earth's spiritual land. Its front limbs were the metal and wood spiritual lands. Its back limbs were the water and fire spiritual lands. Its head was the Yang spiritual land and its tail was the Yin spiritual land. It was very lifelike. As for the market square, it was a fragment of a world suspended above the tortoise's back. It was unknown which generation's master of the 7 Openings land had used a divine technique to move it here and use it as a trading ground. The place Su Huang's remnant soul brought Yang Kai and Yuhi to was the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land. This was also the place where the 7 Openings heavenly monarch lived. The remnant soul rushed into the hall and turned left and right before stopping in front of a wall. "Everything here is yours." After the remnant soul finished speaking, he slammed into the wall and exploded into specks of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light covered the wall and quickly turned into a door. Yuhi and Yang Kai looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a change. "The secret vault," Yuhi said excitedly. Yang Kai also raised his eyebrows. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was behind this door, it wasn't difficult to guess from what Su Huang's remnant soul had said. This was definitely the door to a treasure vault. The 7 Openings land had a treasure vault, but Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had secretly colluded to kill the 7 Openings heavenly monarch. Zhao Baichuan obtained the 7 Openings land and Yu Xiushan ordered people to sweep the 7 Openings land's treasure vault. In the past 2 days, Yang Kai had also inspected the entire 7 Openings land and naturally saw the treasure vault. It was empty inside. Yu Xiushan didn't even leave behind a single strand of hair. All the resources had been swept away. But now it seemed that the treasure vault was only the one on the surface. There was actually a secret vault here. It was unknown whether the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch knew about the existence of this secret vault. Judging from the current situation, the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch might not even know about it. "Young master, be careful," Yu said and stepped into the door. Yang Kai followed closely behind, secretly on guard. An hour later the two walked out of the door again. This door was indeed the door to the secret vault. There were many cultivation resources sealed inside, and it could be said that they had been accumulated for many years. If it were the previous Yang Kai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in this secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in this secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to enter this secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, Yu took out the Grand Array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip." Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the 7 Openings land. Previously, because of the urgency of the situation, Yang Kai had given the jade slip to Yu to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the 7 Openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array jade slip should naturally be returned to Yang Kai. But unexpectedly Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." Yu asked, "Is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine with my assistance, it should be completely refined in a few months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." "Where are you going, young master?" Yu was surprised. "I'm going home," Yang Kai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yang Kai waited for Lu Shui's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now he had condensed 4 types of heaven opening force, namely wood, fire, earth and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique, but unfortunately Yang Kai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the Great Void boundary he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately even now he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven opening master with his strength as an emperor, so what if he comprehended 2, 3 or even more? Advancing to heaven opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an Emperor Realm Master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Yang Kai was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from Yu, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed and he appeared beside Yu. At this moment, Yu was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Qiqiao land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Qiqiao land. "Who are these people?" Yang Kai asked. Yu replied, "They are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Qiqiao land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them?" This large territory was called the Qiqiao land's territory because it was a second-grade force. However, the Qiqiao land was not the only force in the Qiqiao territory. There were other forces, but they were all third-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Qiqiao land-changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Qiqiao territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Qiqiao land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. Yuhi was speechless. Only she knew how rich Yang Kai was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Qiqiao land's secret vault, so what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Qiqiao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators, with a few second-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor Realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a Heaven-Opening Realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. Golden Light Docks Hong Jie greets Madam. Yang Kai was from the Emperor Realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, I was wrong. Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? Please give me some pointers, Madam. They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Qiqiao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master. As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable and was definitely a mid-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade Heaven-Opening Realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor Realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. Greetings, master. Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope master can forgive me. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Ignorance is bliss. Get up. Thank you, master. Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the Seven Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the Seven Openings territory and also our fortune. This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before they had to obey the Seven Openings Heaven Lord, but now they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the Seven Openings territory. However, even if they left the Seven Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, This old man is rude. How should I address you, master? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, "You can just call me Void Master." His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the Seven Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yu He into the main hall. The main hall was spacious and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 Openings Heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Qiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Yu He accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajradu was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts and had Yu He accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yang Kai could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yang Kai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 Openings land, in addition to the Grade 2 Openings land, there were 7 other Grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yang Kai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the Grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 Openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu He. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 Openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories? Only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yang Kai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yu He, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the Seven Openings land. The Seven Openings land is already dead, and the Seven Openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yang Kai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course. With a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yang Kai only wanted to change the name of the Seven Openings land, but he directly changed the name of the Seven Openings land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly he frowned. However, our Void land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish, Hong Jie said, Rest assured, true monarch. Once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples, and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous. Immediately someone stood up. Reporting to true monarch, our Flying Crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The seven forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yang Kai smiled and nodded repeatedly, Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven-opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven-opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Yang Kai. After all, even if Yang Kai did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 Openings land was their high sect, but now it was the Void land. Yang Kai's performance was completely different from the 7 Openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Yang Kai's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Yang Kai knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, Reporting to true sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people. Another great emperor said, My Golden Sun continent can send 35 people. In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a 3rd-layer emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many 3rd-layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the star boundary's foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or Golden Sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the star boundary, so having a few dozen 3rd-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Yang Kai's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a 3rd-class force could send. Yang Kai waved his hand, As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally, 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed, Many thanks, true sovereign. In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the third-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Yuhi to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jie and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Yang Kai, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts. On this day, Yang Kai was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it and Zhu Juyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Juyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least, no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Juyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months," Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Juyin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. "Where is this place?" Zhu Juyin asked again. "Originally it was the Qiqiao land. Now it's the Void land, my territory." As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Juyin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent. And with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Juyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the Void land, thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked towards the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Juyin was only checking the situation here and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Juyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Juyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Juyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Juyin, who knew that the pattern and space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own. This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Juyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. "I was born in the great cosmological abyss and grew up in the great cosmological abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Juyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the great cosmological abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. What's more, my origin is still damaged and I need to recuperate. As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something. Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao protector did not have the awareness of a Tao protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jianghu. At least Jianghu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and He rushed in nervously. She's awake? Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? He did not understand. She went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know where she is, Yang Kai replied. He closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the void land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Juyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. He stuck out her tongue and looked away. Yang Kai also sighed. What a tragedy, sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, Good news is coming. He asked curiously, What good news? Lady Boss is here. Yang Kai smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw He standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Yang Kai walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you. He bit her red lips and nodded. Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me. Yang Kai pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Yang Kai, they all bowed. Yang Kai didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared at the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Hong Jie and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak mid-grade heaven splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yu-He by the true monarch's side. These days they had all figured out that Yu-He was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a 5th-grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a 6th-grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Yu-He's. There was also one who should be a 4th-grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Yang Kai had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you. Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and she exhaled. You're not dead yet? Yang Kai said with a smile. Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine. You're fine. I'm not fine. At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 41-49. Ping 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 ping. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him for a while, the Lady Boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up? Yang Kai grinned and said, As long as you're happy. How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the Lady Boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the lady boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The lady boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The lady boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Liang. Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." Of course. Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Liang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the Lady Boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the Lady Boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the Lady Boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the Lady Boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the Lady Boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the Lady Boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the Lady Boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety, so how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since Yuhi had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. "Yuhi," Yang Kai called out softly. Yuhi moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the Lady Boss, and then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister?" The Lady Boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yuhi. Yuhi's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yuhi even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sunlock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the Lady Boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the Lady Boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the Lady Boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. "Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for?" Yang Kai still intended to console Yu-He when the lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at Yu-He before he hurriedly chased after her. Yu-He's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yu-He was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive. All those years ago, she personally witnessed Bai Chi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the five elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Chi had perished in the sun-locked ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yang Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So, she hadn't noticed Bai Chi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Chi in person. Bai Chi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now. If Bai Chi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let Yu-He off and would definitely kill Yu-He to avenge Bai Chi." It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill Yu-He this time. "You should thank Yang Kai." Bai Chi sighed lightly. Yu-He was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yang Kai. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Chi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yang Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yang Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the five elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Chi didn't explain too much. Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Jiuyin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yu He had captured him and was going to take him to Tsuiwei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Zhu Jiuyin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yang Kai didn't notice but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yu He's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yu He's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yang Kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink?" Outside the hall, Yu He lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yang Kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yang Kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yang Kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yang Kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yu He, "Yu He, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement, and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yu He, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm there was no mercy at all. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop." But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yang Kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yu He's shoulder. Yu He let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack and the world force raged in her body. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. AI, in the end you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yu He without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to Yu He's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked Yu He did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yu He slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, Yu He had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat Yu He nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Qi's heart. Not taking Yu He's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yu He's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yu He wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister?" The lady boss's red lips wriggled and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yu He's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yu He's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with Yu He in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people, Qi Jin, Ling Chuanxiu, and Yu He. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yu He naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yu He bowed and kowtowed and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yu He raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Qi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yu He to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, She actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open and he madly urged the space splitter, but Yuhi was a 5th grade sky splitter and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of Yuhi like a ghost, raised her hand and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. Yuhi raised her head and tears flowed down her cheeks and her eyes were gray. Chapter 41-51. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened and she sighed, "Why bother?" Yuhi bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. "I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission no one can kill you, including yourself." Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and Yuhi suddenly groaned and fell to the ground unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, Yuhi might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yuhi in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yang Kai did not realize that Yuhi's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yuhi did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yuhi would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yuhi by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall, and placed her on a bed. Yang Kai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yuhi, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yang Kai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him. "Let's drink." Yang Kai laughed heartily. Naturally he did not refuse. Good. In the entire Trichiliacosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect even Lao Feng couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Feng in the Qiqiao land, both of them had their own thoughts and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the first in, Yang Kai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yang Kai didn't have wine but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Yang Kai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yuhi out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yang Kai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yang Kai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the land of immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yuhi, you're awake?" Yuhi nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Yang Kai looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising. The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yuhi stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yang Kai raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yuhi. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yuhi was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Yuhi. In the first inn, Lao Bai himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Yuhi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Liang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. Come with me to see him, said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Liang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days she had followed Great Master Wu Liang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this Formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Liang. The latter stroked his beard and with great vigor he pointed out, "Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the great formation here. Right now there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinates. The choice is still up to him." Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd and said politely, "Great Master, please give me some pointers." Great Master Wu Liang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, "The first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours." Yang Kai raised an eyebrow thinking, "Isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here?" Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, "Then what about the other 2 options?" Great Master Wu Liang said, "The second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Chiqiao land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Chiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Chiqiao heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable. And now, this great Master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss only to see her nod subtly. Clearly she also trusted this great Master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, "Then what about the third option?" Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, "The third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback and he sized up Yang Kai. Boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui, so how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus he nodded and said, since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration. Please speak, Great Master. Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 4152. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm or the hidden storehouse left behind in the 7 Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the grand array and disappeared. The two were heading to the star market to buy materials for setting up the grand array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the grand array, so he still needed to go to the star market to buy them. There was also a star market in the 7 Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the 7 Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the Blessed Land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Shui and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Chengkuan world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Qin Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Qin Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Qin Tianfei brought back news of Lao Fang and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Qin Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Diyu. Supreme Lord Diyu was only a third-stage heaven splitter. Facing Qin Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Liang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Shuer and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Liang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wu Liang you found is really amazing." The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Liang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven? This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this great formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wu Liang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original great formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 heavens great formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the great formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the great formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the 9 heavens great formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support, because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the 9 heavens great formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the great formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor Realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation. What do you think? The Lady Boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, "What do you think, Lady Boss?" The Lady Boss chuckled. "This is your business and you're asking me? I have no objections." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the jade scroll and studied it for a while. After a while he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the Nine Heavens Great Formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, He also glanced at the jade scroll and said with a shocked expression, "Young master, if you want to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The Nine Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this Nine Heavens Great Formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this. Of the Nine Heavens Great Formation, the first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the Nine Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Yang Kai was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The Nine Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array eye of the hallucination Great Formation, Yang Kai already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array eye of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array eye. Yang Kai had 2 of them, so he needed 1 more. Each of the Nine Heavens Great Formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wu Liang, who created this Nine Heavens Great Formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 4153. Yang Kai was also looking forward to the day when this Nine Heavens Grand Array was set up. But now he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this Grand Array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure. And this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the Grand Array. He was going to bleed again. Yang Kai thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the Grand Array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Yang Kai, the Lady Boss, and Yu He. Below, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shuai, Guizian, and the others bowed to send them off. Yang Kai was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a grandmaster artifact refiner. Yang Kai didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Yang Kai couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yu He along as well. Yang Kai didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yu He behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai ordered her to watch over the house, so she couldn't not do her best. Now that her strength had not fully recovered, she still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Yang Kai could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories, on this day they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here?" Yang Kai asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yu He with a smile. Yu He's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister, I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled, "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yu He looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath?" Oath of the heart demon? When Yang Kai heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously, in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yu He had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the two sisters got along quite well and there was not much estrangement. Yang Kai thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yang Kai and Yu He glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Yang Kai took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the green light territory, and in this large territory, there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder old Bai has reached the 5th grade and so has Yueha." The lady boss said, "That's part of the reason, but another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit, and that 6th grade resources are difficult to find. Every 6th grade resource was a treasure." Although Yang Kai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many 6th grade heaven opening materials. At most, there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Xing had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. "You want to reach the 7th grade directly, so where is your limit?" "The 9th grade." Yang Kai's face was cold and resolute. "Yes, the 9th grade." The lady boss smiled slightly. "Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster." The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yang Kai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing? This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhen and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the blessed enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the blessed enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then? The lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th-grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Tao seal, but how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th-stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued, so if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high-grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands, which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th-grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. 1,000 years ago she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Yang Kai gently nodded. For the rest of the journey the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way they passed through several large regions. On this day the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, this should be the place. Saying so he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed. Forget it, after sitting here for so long, it's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom. Little Lon, what kind of treasure are you refining? The lady boss hurriedly said, Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spirit array. Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. You want to make array treasures? The lady boss nodded. No problem, as long as you can gather the materials you need. This old man can't help you, but since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only one left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge? The lady boss smiled. Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure. Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl. The lady boss said, of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but... She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while he nodded lightly. Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes you can't refuse. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future. Ha ha ha, Master Troublemaker chuckled. I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes. Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The 3 of them walked under the furnace as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious. Heaven and earth furnace, Master Troublemaker's name as well as the heaven and earth furnace. The lady boss smiled. Of course this is not the real heaven and earth furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace was created by heaven and earth and contains all kinds of things. What kind of treasure is this? Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real heaven and earth furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini heaven and earth furnace. But even so, this mini heaven and earth furnace can still display a trace of the real heaven and earth furnace's power. Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. Every time Yang Kai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yang Kai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yang Kai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yang Kai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yang Kai scratched his head and said, there are still some things missing. He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, Old man, do you have any of these things? Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted, What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man? The lady boss smiled and said, Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yang Kai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst he will suffer a loss. Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly, That's more like it. At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yang Kai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life. Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yang Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, Back away! Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yang Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then a scene that stunned Yang Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yang Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. The heaven and earth refining method. The lady boss murmured, "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Yang Kai was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Yang Kai and the others were. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the longsword. "Ah!" Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race?" This time, even the lady boss looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Meng had warned Yang Kai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yang Kai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yang Kai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. "Haha, you are from the dragon race. Good." Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. "Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood." It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the long sword. "That's enough." Master Troublemaker growled and threw the long sword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. "Boy, you've hidden it well." The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. "It's nothing to show off." Yang Kai smiled. "I'll deal with you later." Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tianluo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tianluo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the Nine Heavens formation complemented each other. With these two secret treasures, the Nine Heavens formation of the Void Land finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the Lady Boss a chance and Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tian Luo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tian Luo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the two secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging two Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The Lady Boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the Lady Boss left. During this time, the changes in the Void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the Nine Heavens array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Yang Kai had obtained two 6th grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar, "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 heavens array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other array Dao grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by Yu He from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. Yu He said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded, "That's good, there's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the Lady Boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady Boss, are you looking for me?" The Lady Boss smiled, "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed, "Where are you going?" The Lady Boss smiled, "Back to the first inn, where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me." Yang Kai curled his lips, "There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady Boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land and you can do whatever you want." He really didn't want the Lady Boss to leave. Not to mention that the Lady Boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The Lady Boss was at the 6th stage and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Void Land. The Lady Boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. "What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please?" Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. "Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn," the Lady Boss sneered. "What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things." The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first in, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first in's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first in? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first in because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first in's Madame Lan. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble lady boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all three of them had condensed 5th grade strength. Chapter 4160. Yang Kai had never been to the Heavenly Temple in this large territory before, but Lu Shui had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Yang Kai and Guizian entered the 6-unity wish pouch while Lu Shui used the heaven and earth escape technique to arrive at the heavenly temple in a flash. The heavenly temple was different from the star market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the heavenly temple was firmly controlled by the various blessed and heavenly temples. However, the heavenly temple also had some star market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various star markets. Arriving at the heavenly temple, Lu Shui let Yang Kai and Guizian out. The three of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the heavenly temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before, so even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods and was not afraid that he would lower the price, so he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled, "Hey it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years, when have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions." The middle-aged man called he had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. "Let's do it according to your price." The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap, and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, but who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over." As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, Yang Kai returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Lu Shui hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guizian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Lu Shui's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Yang Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this universal palace, Yang Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Yang Kai led Guizian and Lu Shui out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the universal palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one universal palace. Every universal palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Yang Kai had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the universal palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different universal palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the universal palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a universal palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead's sensing range was also limited. Yang Kai had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the universal palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Yang Kai had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life-or-death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing and pressure was another. The further one was from the universal palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivator had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the universal palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliacosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Yang Kai and Guizian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Kai led the two of them around. It was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Yang Kai saw Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu Yuru Meng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yao. In addition, there was also Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yin and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Yang Kai did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 Heaven Spirit Array cost a lot and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Yang Kai was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Yang Kai walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon Yang Kai took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yan and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yang Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yang Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yang Kai and nodded. "Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence, this king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours." "There's no need to part with it," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Many thanks," the middle-aged man laughed. "Little brother is a forthright person, how should I address you? We've just met by chance, why bother asking?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yang Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon Yang Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yang Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guizian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fong Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fong Tai would be exposed. This heavenly monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these 3 people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the 2 people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Shui and Guizian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui had truly been a 4th stage heaven opening cultivator, and Guizian had truly been a 2nd stage heaven opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Shui and Guizian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Shui was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui increase her own grade. However, advancing to the heaven-opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given one to Yuhi before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Shui to refine. Guizian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Shui and Guizian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the 2 of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Shui had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Shui, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Shui still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Shui's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guizian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between 2 5th-stage heavenly splitters, his role as a newly ascended 3rd-stage heavenly splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Shui made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This 5th-stage heaven-opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Shui became more and more unforgiving. The power of a 5th-stage heavenly splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the 5th stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the 1st stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the 6th stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now her limit was the 7th stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Yang Kai's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a 5th stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Yang Kai. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? Hey, he clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui. But as long as he captured Yang Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Yang Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the 5th stage heavenly splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella sword. This move was Lu Shue's trump card. Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive, because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Yang Kai. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Yang Kai let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Yang Kai immediately called out to Lu Shui, "Quick, chase after him." Lu Shui obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The three of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Shui wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Yang Kai had almost died. If it weren't for Yang Kai's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai seemed to see through Lu Shue's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guizian and taking out pills to refine. Although all three of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Shue's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a fifth stage splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guizian could still participate. But now Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guizian could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. Two fifth-grade heaven splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Lu Shui had only just advanced to the fifth-grade heaven splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her heart's brow sword had heavily injured Black Sail before because Yang Kai had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the heart's brow sword secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guizian wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, he instantly arrived in front of Lu Shui and reached out to support her. Lu Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth. "Master, this humble one can still fight." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Uncle Pooh is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, what are you doing? I'll kill you." His two short hands kept scratching as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death, but Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth. "Eat." Lu Shui swallowed it directly, and in the next moment her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 Saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect, and the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contained yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine he could erupt with a 5th grade heaven-opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shui's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, master," Lu Shui said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Shui nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guizian's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, but he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad, and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries, so how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the 2 chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertain the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. Chapter 4169. It wasn't until now that the experts finally understood the vastness and splendor of the vast universe. Only then did they realize that the great emperors were just a special title and not a martial Dao level. Above the great emperors, there was the heaven-opening realm, which allowed one to create a world of their own within their body. There were countless Qingquan worlds like the star boundary in this universe. Even the large domains had over 1,000 of them. Each of these large domains had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands were the pinnacle powers. Below them were the second-grade powers and third-grade powers. In this vast universe, the star boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Yang Kai had been away for more than 10 years, and although he had grown tremendously, he was still staggering on the path of heaven opening and was still far from advancing. The banquet lasted for a day and a night, and Yang Kai also spoke for a day and a night. Many experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. When they left, they all looked absent-minded. The great emperors stayed behind. In a secret room, the great emperors gathered together, including Xing Yuzhu, Tianyan, and the two great elders of the dragon race. Although the latter four were not great emperors of the star boundary, they all had the background of great emperors, so they were qualified to participate in such an occasion. Hua Qingxi led a group of people to serve tea and respectfully withdrew. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got to the point and asked solemnly, "Why haven't you recovered from your injuries and instead showed signs of worsening?" This was also what puzzled him the most. The great emperors were all powerful and had been in seclusion to heal their injuries all these years, so they should have gotten better. Even if there were one or two who couldn't suppress their injuries, it shouldn't be the case for all the great emperors. Everyone looked at each other. Duan Hongqian smiled bitterly and said, "You haven't been a great emperors for long, and you left the star boundary not long after you obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so you don't know." Yang Kai turned to look. Duan Hongqian sighed and said, "We obtained the recognition of heaven and earth and became the great emperors of the star boundary. Although we can display strength that far exceeds that of an emperor, we are bound together with heaven and earth. Since the last war we have been seriously injured and the star boundary's laws have collapsed, heaven and earth has been destroyed and the territory is unstable." Mo Huang said, "If heaven and earth is getting better, we can naturally borrow the power of heaven and earth to heal ourselves, but the power of heaven and earth is almost exhausted, so who would dare to casually drain the pond? All these years of seclusion were just to suppress my injuries." Zhan Wuhan added, "If it were an ordinary person, they would be able to slowly recover with the help of some miraculous pills and medicines. However, we can't. If this world doesn't change, people like us will never have any hope of recovering. Unless we're like you, we can jump out of this world and head out into the universe." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just as Duan Hongqian said, the great emperors obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so they were bound together with heaven and earth. The star boundary's situation was deteriorating, and their situation was not optimistic. Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so he did not have any hidden dangers in this area. But the others did not have this convenience. So, in the end, we still have to solve the star boundary's problems. Before Yang Kai could figure out the reason, the rustling sound suddenly turned into a rumbling sound, and the whole hill shook. At the same time, a continuous and terrifying suction force came from the small sapling, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly investigated. Underground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the small sapling extended wildly, reaching deep into the ground and expanding. In just a few breaths, it had expanded to more than a dozen acres, and it was still expanding at an even faster speed. The whole barren hill was undulating, and the roots were exposed to the outside, shattering the sand and stones. The small sapling rose steadily, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai retreated again and again. In just half an hour, the small sapling that was as tall as a person turned into a towering tree that was more than 300 meters tall. The tree crown was dense, like a large umbrella, covering the whole hill. The growth didn't stop. Deep underground, the roots of the world tree continued to extend, and on the surface the world tree grew uncontrollably. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a void crack 100 miles away from this barren hill gradually disappeared with the growth and influence of the world tree. And in the area covered by the roots of the world tree, the broken world principles solidified. Not only were they restored to their original state, but they were even stronger. Was done. Although Yang Kai had guessed that the roots of the world tree would be of great use to the astral plane when he first obtained them, it was only now that he confirmed it. With this world tree, the astral plane would no longer have to worry. Of course, this wasn't the real world tree. It was just an evolution of the roots of the world tree. Strictly speaking, it was just a clone of the world tree. The real 3000 world tree was still in the land of the ancients. He wondered if this clone of the world tree would bear the 3000 world fruit after it grew up. Yang Kai was excited. If it could bear the 3000 world fruit, it would be amazing. When the clone of the world tree grew another 100 feet tall, its growth slowed down significantly. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that it wasn't that it had reached its limit, but that it couldn't supply enough energy. Its growth required a terrifying amount of world energy. Almost all the world energy within hundreds of thousands of miles had been sucked dry by it. Although the world energy from other places would automatically flow over to replenish it, it would still take some time. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately took out a large number of source crystals from his space ring and frantically sprinkled them. The source crystals exploded before they hit the ground, turning into pure world energy. The growth of the world tree sped up again. Now that source crystals were no longer of much use to his cultivation, he still had some left, which he could use in this place. But it wasn't over yet. Yang Kai's divine sense surged, sending messages to all sides. A moment later, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. When the void rippled, a vortex appeared and Mo Huang walked out. When he looked up and saw a giant tree 100 feet tall standing in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is the world tree? When Yang Kai sent messages to all sides, he also informed them of the situation here and the needs of the world tree, so Mo Huang naturally understood. Strictly speaking, this is the world tree's clone, Yang Kai said as he continued to sprinkle source crystals. Mo Huang's face lit up. This thing is really useful. The laws here are very different from other places in the star boundary. They are much more solid. Saying so, he also threw out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. The next moment, Chu Tianji also walked out of the vortex and sprinkled the source crystals in his hand without saying a word. Then Zhan Wu Hen, Hua Linglong, Yao Jun, the great emperors all had huge stashes of source crystals on hand. They usually didn't use them, but they came in handy at this time. The great emperors worked together and the scene was spectacular. The massive amount of source crystals turned into world energy, and the world tree's clone didn't reject them. It was like a bottomless hole, swallowing as much as it could. After them, Hua Qingxi also rushed over with the storage of the High Heaven Palace, Wen Zishan, and the leaders of the major forces in the 4 territories. After receiving the Void Token, no one hid anything and all contributed their strength. The originally deserted barren mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The world tree continued to grow. Its roots extended underground, spreading toward the 4 territories, almost covering the entire star boundary. Wherever the roots spread, the broken laws of heaven and earth quickly recovered. The thick death aura that had shrouded the star boundary for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. Xia Xing said, "Temple Master, we also want to see the wonderful things outside the universe. If we take the Temple Master's seal, how can we leave?" "But you can't all leave," Wen Zishan was furious. "If you all leave, what will happen to the temple?" Xiao Baiyi thought for a while and said seriously, "If there is no other way, Temple Master, you can stay." "Bastard." Wen Zishan was furious and almost spat out his saliva. "You want to go outside the universe, but this king doesn't want to go? A group of ingrates. This king has taught you for so many years in vain. From the time you were crying piteously for food until now, this is how you repay this king? This is really infuriating." The 3 of them did not say a word and let Wen Zishan curse endlessly. When he was tired of scolding, Xia Sheng cupped his fists and said, "Temple Master, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first." Saying so, he signaled to Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao with his eyes, and the 3 of them said in unison, "Disciple will take his leave." They ran down the mountain like a wisp of smoke. "Don't go, let's talk things over." Wen Zishan shouted, but no one paid attention to him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth and said, "How dare they? Little Shueting, did you see that? These 3 little bastards don't put me, the Temple Master, in their eyes at all." Gao Shueting smiled and said, "All right, don't be angry." As she spoke, she stepped forward and stroked Wen Zishan's undulating chest to calm him down. "If it were me, I wouldn't accept the Temple Master's seal at this time. They are all grown up and have their own pursuits and dreams, isn't that a good thing?" "But what about the temple?" Wen Zishan asked. Gao Shueting smiled, "If it's not possible, I'll take charge." A person's voice came and Qiu Ran walked out of the sea of clouds and bowed, "Greetings Temple Master, greetings Madam." Wen Zishan looked at Qiu Ran in astonishment. "Junior brother Qiu Yu, Ran smiled and said, I'm old so I won't waste my time. No one knows what's outside the universe except for the Void Master, but it will be a long journey. When one gets old it's easy to miss home. I'll stay. Western Territory, Lu family hall. Under the witness of many family elders, the Lu family patriarch handed the patriarch's seal to a young man. Unfilial son, from today onwards, you are the patriarch of the Lu family. Your aptitude is average but your temperament is steady. I don't ask you to expand the Lu family's territory, but you must do your best and live up to the expectations of the Lu family's ancestors. The Lu family young master took the patriarch's seal solemnly and knelt on the ground. This child will remember father's words. The Lu family patriarch nodded. Then I can rest assured. Tomorrow I will lead people to Ice Snow City in the Northern Territory. If everything goes well, I will follow the Void Master to the universe. If you still want to see me in this life, then work hard in your cultivation. The Void Master said that in the future, as long as you cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm, he will send people to receive you. The Lu family young master kowtowed. This child wishes father and uncles a safe journey. Eastern Territory, Sky Union City. City Lord Su Tian. He was a First Order Emperor realm master. At this time he summoned his favorite son to pass on the position of City Lord. Northern Territory, Immaculate Island. Island Lord Jianghu lifted a young man by the collar and pressed him to the throne. He stuffed the Island Lord's seal into the young man's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Boy, from today onwards, you are the Island Lord of Immaculate Island. The young man cried, Master, you can't do this to this disciple. This disciple doesn't want to be an Island Lord. Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Except for those third-stage Emperor realm cultivators who must be taken away, everyone else, no matter who they are, must show their true abilities if they want to go outside the universe. Cultivation is only a part of it, but the key is malleability and growth. The universe is not like the star boundary, and there may be many dangers in the future. You must tell them this as well. Yes. Hua Qingxi respectfully replied. Then this subordinate will go and arrange the procedures. It will take at most 2 months. Everything can be arranged properly. Master, please prepare early. With that said, Hua Qingxi was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Chief Steward, please wait. Does Master have any other orders? Yang Kai scratched his face and said somewhat awkwardly, I'll have to trouble Chief Steward to comb my hair. I want to see father and mother. Hua Qingxi couldn't help laughing. I can't help you with this, but I have a candidate in mind. Call her over. She has been waiting to see Master. With that said, without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement, she immediately took out a communication artifact and contacted her. A moment later, a graceful figure walked in from outside. This subordinate will take her leave. Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then left calmly. Yang Kai looked at the person who came, and that person also looked at him. She blushed slightly and bowed. Greetings, brother. Junior sister Yao. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was Ji Yao. Ji Yao pursed her red lips and said gently, I heard from Chief Steward that brother needs to tidy up your appearance. Ah. Without waiting for her to finish, a strong force suddenly came over. Her body couldn't help but fall forward and fall directly into Yang Kai's arms. That familiar presence enveloped her body and mind, causing Ji Yao's heart to be in chaos. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Junior sister, you've become estranged. Ji Yao's eyelashes trembled and her breathing quickened. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't say a single word. If junior sister doesn't say anything, then I'll do as I please. Yang Kai laughed nastily, got up and carried Ji Yao, then walked step by step into the inner hall. Brother, what are you going to do? Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was wrong and asked nervously. Yang Kai smiled and said with a firm gaze, I'm going to give you an explanation. Give me what explanation? Ji Yao panicked even more. Yang Kai had already walked in front of a side room and kicked open the door. The scene inside the room immediately entered her eyes. Ji Yao's eyes instantly widened. Inside the room, delicate snow-white bodies were laid out horizontally, their clothes scattered on the floor. The entire side room was like a battlefield, and the smell of blood and battle still lingered. The curled-up corpses, lying on the floor, spasmed from time to time, and murmurs came from their mouths. Ji Yao had never seen such a cruel scene, and for a moment she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It wasn't until Yang Kai gently laid her down on the bed that Ji Yao almost cried out, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked at him and whispered, "Brother!" Her hands were placed in front of her, one hand on Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to resist a giant mountain falling from the sky. "They've all been killed by me, now it's your turn." Yang Kai chuckled. Was this the explanation he wanted to give her? Ji Yao wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, her mood extremely complicated. Looking at her, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with tenderness, and although his expression was firm and his tone was firm, he didn't make the slightest move. Ji Yao knew that as long as she showed the slightest sign of rejection, Yang Kai wouldn't continue. As such, after a cultivator breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm, what they need to do the most is to constantly increase the foundation of their miniature universe world. Taking Heaven Splitter pills is the most common method, and although it is slow, it is very gentle. In addition, there is a more extreme method, devouring the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world for their own use. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, like what we are seeing now? That's right. Lu Shui nodded. However, this method has a very large drawback, because the world principles of every miniature universe world are slightly different. If you rashly devour and refine them, it is extremely likely that it will cause varying degrees of impact on your miniature universe world. If the impact isn't too great, it won't matter, but if the impact is too great, it might even cause the cultivator's strength to decrease instead of increase. As such, very few people use this method to strengthen their foundation because the risk is too great. Very few doesn't mean there isn't any. What Master said is that if you can find a miniature universe world that is perfectly compatible with your foundation, then you won't have to worry about the consequences of devouring it. For example, when Master breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm in the future, the most suitable place for you to devour is the miniature universe world you came from, because all your foundations are laid in that miniature universe world and are perfectly compatible with the world principles. Of course, if Master really does this, then the world principles of your miniature universe world will be broken, and the more you devour, the more unstable that miniature universe world will become. Over the years, it will become a land of death. Yang Kai was shocked. Has anyone done this before? Lu Shui nodded solemnly, yes. In ancient times, this sort of thing happened quite often, but it's much rarer nowadays. The reason for this is that as long as you aren't crazy, you won't do this sort of thing. After all, even if you devour the world principles of your miniature universe world, you won't become much stronger. Secondly, every miniature universe world has its own great emperors. Although the great emperors don't have high cultivations, they have obtained the approval of the world will and are able to use the world principles. In their own miniature universe world, they are equivalent to lower rank Heaven Splitters, so devouring them won't be easy. Thirdly, in the current 3000 worlds, most miniature universe worlds have their own high sects and are protected by them. Rashly devouring them will only lead to chaos. Yang Kai suddenly said, then wouldn't a miniature universe world without the protection of a high sect be in trouble? The large territory where the star boundary was located was relatively remote, and there weren't any decent forces here. It could be said that it was an ungoverned area, which was exactly what some people wanted. Lu Shui gently nodded. If I'm not wrong, the world principles of that miniature universe world should be very compatible with the miniature universe world of the master of this ship, so he chased after it and constantly sent his subordinates to suppress it, wanting to take it down. Since he's a medium-rank heaven splitter, why doesn't he do it himself? Yang Kai was puzzled. In the demon territory there were only embodiments Chang Tian and Bei Liemo, who were supported by the world will in the demon territory and were comparable to lower-rank heaven splitters, but in the face of a medium-rank heaven splitter, they still didn't have the power to fight back. If that ship master really wanted to take action, the demon territory wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Shui said, if he personally took action there would be a great battle. Chapter 4180. There was a soft pop like the sound of a bubble being popped. The mini-universe world behind the woman shattered and vanished into thin air. Washed away by the grade 6 divine essence-fused light, her minorcosm world shattered just like that. Her heaven-opening realm aura plummeted, going from a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator to the emperor realm. In the next moment, the woman's flesh and blood seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were reduced to the tiniest specks of dust, leaving behind only a white skeleton that still maintained a defensive posture in front of Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai withdrew the divine essence magnetism light, the skeleton had completely fallen apart with a crash. Bei Liemo was dumbstruck as she stared at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand in a daze, a look of horror filling her face. Although she didn't know what the hell the 7-colored light that came out of the gourd was, she was sure that it was an extremely terrifying killing weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill an opponent that she looked up to in such a short time. When these second-order heaven-opening realm cultivators died, the battle between Guizian and Yuru Meng also came to an end. The two battlefields had finished off their respective opponents almost at the same time. Without stopping, Guizian, Yuru Meng, and Yang Kai flickered and rushed towards the embodiment. Bei Liemo was stunned for a moment before hurriedly chasing after them. The embodiment was fighting 1 against 2. One a third-order heaven-opening realm cultivator and the other a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator. He was in a precarious situation, his body riddled with holes and debris flying everywhere. The relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yang Kai and the mysterious small world. In this miniature universe world, he was the master and could display strength far beyond his own. It could be said that the power the embodiment could display in the demon territory was much greater than that of Bei Liemo and Chang Tian. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. When Kai Yang and the others appeared, his 2 opponents were naturally aware of their presence and were both startled. They didn't know what kind of background these people had. In just a few breaths, several of their companions had been killed. This caused their souls to leave their bodies. Seeing Yang Kai and the others charging at them like ferocious tigers, how could the 2 of them dare to continue fighting? They looked at each other and threw a palm strike at the avatar. Then they fled into the sky. The embodiment roared in anger. He didn't dodge or evade the attacks. He forcefully endured the might of the 2 attacks. He madly urged the world force in the demon territory to form an invisible cage that enveloped the 2 of them. In an instant, the 2 heaven-opening cultivators found it difficult to even move, despair appearing on their faces. Before they could break out of the encirclement, Yang Kai and the other 3 had already arrived, completely cutting off their escape plans. The battle that followed was one-sided. Guizian alone was enough to deal with the 3rd stage splitter. The remaining 2nd stage splitter was no match for Yang Kai and the others. After an incense stick's worth of time, the battle ended. Bai Liamo was gasping for breath, a look of lingering fear on her face. This was the first time she had faced a heaven-opening cultivator, and even with the support of the world force in the demon territory, she still felt despair. During the Great War of the Two Worlds, she had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai very early on, so she had never faced the great demon god head-on and had never experienced the power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. The banquet was already served, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone toasted each other, and from time to time, there would be people who would come forward to toast and thank Yang Kai and the others for their kindness. Lu Shuer and Guizian also sat down and accompanied them. After 3 rounds of wine, Shang Guanyu also attended the banquet. It could be seen that she had specially dressed up. Although she still looked a little weak, she was much better than when she had just been rescued. There was a trace of redness on her face, which made her look more pure and charming. Shang Guanyu was naturally grateful to Yang Kai, her savior. She continuously toasted him several times until she could not drink any more and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai and the others were arranged by Shang Guanlong to rest. She also told him not to worry and that he would be sent back to the Void Land. Since she was so enthusiastic, Yang Kai could not refuse. Moreover, since someone was going to send him back, it would save him the effort of rushing back. The speed of this Lotus secret treasure was much faster. The flying boat arranged 3 rooms for Yang Kai and the others, but Lu Shuer and Guizian did not enter. Instead, they guarded Yang Kai's door on both sides. Although they could not see any evil intentions from the flying boat, and it could even be said that Shang Guanlong deliberately had the intention of befriending him at the banquet, they had to be prepared for the worst. In the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and comprehended the mystery of his own 5 elements power, hoping to comprehend some divine technique or dharma form. In another room, Shang Guanyu, who had just been rescued, looked at her mother with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly and she said in disbelief, "Mother, you want me to seduce Brother Yang?" Just now, Shang Guanlong had chatted with her for a while. Although she did not say anything explicitly, the meaning behind her words was clear. Shang Guanyu thought that she had misunderstood, but after asking carefully, she found that it was true. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't believe why her mother would have such thoughts. Shang Guanlong's face turned serious. What seduce? Girls speak so harshly. If two people love each other, it will happen naturally. How can you seduce him? Shang Guanyu said in grief and indignation. I have never met Brother Yang before. Although he saved my life and I am very grateful to him, there is no love between us. How can we love each other? Shang Guanlong got up and stood in front of the transparent window, looking at the twinkling stars in the void and said lightly, not now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Men are all the same. As long as the rice is cooked after a long time, he will never forget you after tasting your goodness. Shang Guanyu's words were like a bell ringing in her ears. She covered her red lips, shocked beyond words. According to her mother, not only did she want her to seduce Brother Yang, but she also wanted to cook the rice? Was this the mother who had always doted on her? Moreover, why did she want to do this? Although that senior Brother Yang was a heroic and extraordinary man, and she didn't dislike him, she even admired him a little. However, whether it was her mother or herself, this was the first time they had met him, so why would her mother have such thoughts? Mother, are you drunk? Shang Guanyu asked hesitantly. Her mother drank a lot at the banquet just now. However, when she looked into her mother's eyes, there was no sign of alcohol at all. His eyes were clear and he was extremely sober. Shang Guanyu shook her head. No, I can't do it. Mother, you know that Brother Wei and I... Do you think Brother Wei still wants you? Shang Guanlong interrupted her coldly. Chapter 4189. Half a day later, Wei Wuxiang got up and bid farewell. Yang Kai sent him off with a smile. After this person left, Yang Kai frowned. Wei Wuxiang had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. After all, he was the young pavilion master of a second-class force. He had received excellent training since he was young, so it was not strange for him to have such an appearance. He came this time to thank Yang Kai for saving Shang Guanyu's life. Shang Guanyu was his fiancée. She had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. The sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat had been chasing for such a long time just to save Shang Guanyu. Unfortunately, Patriarch Mo Yu was as cunning as a fox and had extraordinary strength. He had escaped repeatedly. If he had not wanted to attack the demon territory and ended up being lured into a trap by Yang Kai, he might have really escaped. Saving Shang Guanyu was just a small matter, but it was a great favor to both the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Now that Shang Guanyu had returned safely, Wei Wuxiang naturally had to come and thank her. His words were sincere and his expression was sincere. Every word of thanks came from the bottom of his heart. However, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, especially when Wei Wuxiang looked at him. Occasionally, there was a trace of helplessness and hatred in his eyes. Even though he hid it very well, Yang Kai had experienced all kinds of hardships and had seen all kinds of people in the world. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse like him. What was this guy helpless about? Why did he hate him? After all, it was the first time they had met. Not to mention that he had saved Shang Guanyu's life. Even if it was someone unrelated, he would not be like this. Yang Kai was puzzled. Although he did not quite understand, Yang Kai could not be bothered. It was fine if Wei Wuxiang did not provoke him, but if he dared to be presumptuous, Yang Kai would not mind teaching him a lesson. Another day passed, and Yang Kai suddenly noticed some movement outside. Releasing his divine sense, he found that the palace of sky-bearing pavilion was speeding off in another direction, soon disappearing without a trace. It seemed that the sky-bearing pavilion was going to part ways with the flying flower boat. It was not surprising. The two forces were not in the same large territory, so the way back was naturally different. Shaking his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the power of the 5 elements in his body. On one of the petals of the lotus artifact, Shang Guanyu's face was ashen as she stared at the palace that was rapidly disappearing from her field of vision, her beautiful eyes losing their usual luster and filled with a sense of despair. Shang Guanlong stood Shang Guanyu. Shang Guan gently patted her daughter's shoulder, gently said, do you understand now? Shang Guanyu closed his eyes and tears fell silently. Recalling Wei Wuxiang's indifference and rejection to him in the past 2 days, how could he not know that what his mother said before was all true? Ever since she was kidnapped by Mo Ning 2 years ago, there was no turning back. Even if she was innocent, even if she had a clear conscience, who would believe her? In the eyes of the entire sky-bearing pavilion, she had probably become a withered flower and was not worthy of being their young pavilion master's wife. This was proven by Wei Wuxiang's attitude towards her in the past few days. Behind her, Tong Yuchuan also sighed deeply but was full of helplessness. Sheng Guanlong said, Wei Wuxiang is not worth trusting. Don't be sad for him. There's still a long way to go. You have to think for yourself. Sheng Guanyu's eyes were dull as if she did not hear it. Tong Yuchuan felt sorry for her. He quickly went forward and comforted her in a low voice. However, Sheng Guanyu just cried silently. The Lotus secret treasure continued to fly in the void, crossing one large territory after another. Sheng Guanyu came to visit half a month later, saying that she wanted to thank Yang Kai personally for saving her life. Yang Kai invited her in, but found that she had brought some wine and dishes. He could not help but laugh. However, when he looked up, he saw that Sheng Guanyu was haggard and her eyes were dull. He could not help but ask in surprise, Junior Sister Yu, did something happen these days? Although she had sealed herself for 2 years and Yuan Qi was badly injured, she gradually recovered after the seal was lifted. However, Yang Kai found that she had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. Obviously she had experienced a huge blow. Yang Kai did not understand at first. However, after pondering for a while, he recalled the scene where the people from the sky-bearing pavilion came and left in a hurry. He guessed what had happened. He had encountered a problem in his relationship. Sheng Guanyu's eyes moved and she forced a smile. It's nothing. I just injured Yuan Qi not long after I escaped. I should have come to thank you earlier, but my body failed me and delayed it for a while. Brother Yang, please don't blame me. Yang Kai smiled, it's not a big deal. Junior Sister Yu, you're too polite. Sheng Guanyu said softly, for brother, it may be a small matter but for me it's a life-saving grace. You has nothing so I don't know how to thank you. Mother taught me to cook some food. I don't know if it suits brother's appetite. Yang Kai said, the fragrance is overwhelming and the style is exquisite. I can tell at a glance that it was made with care. It must suit your appetite. Sheng Guanyu reluctantly moved the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile. She put down the dish, took out a pot of wine and sat down. In the side room the two sat across the table tasting wine and eating food. In front of a beauty, it was a relaxed and happy thing. However, Sheng Guanyu had not recovered from her injury. Even if she wanted to thank him, she could not squeeze out a smile. Yang Kai also felt awkward. Fortunately, after a few glasses of wine, they slowly opened up. The two chatted casually and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. However, as they talked, Sheng Guanyu suddenly thought of something and burst into tears. Yang Kai had a headache and could only say a few words of comfort. Her crying never stopped, and Sheng Guanyu also drank one cup after another, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just drank with her, hoping that she would get drunk soon so Lu Shui could send her back. After drinking half a pot of wine, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He felt an uncontrollable turbulence in his body. His blood surged fiercely, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils became extremely hot. There was something wrong with the wine. Yang Kai was shocked. He was not a newcomer to Jianghu. I have no ill intentions towards Miss Yu. She was not hurt, she just fainted. If that's the case, please let her go quickly. My flying flower boat will not pursue today's matter. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his eyes spitting fire. Regardless of whether the matter was pursued or not, it was certain that his daughter had suffered a great loss because of Yang Kai. It was difficult for him to have any good feelings towards Yang Kai. It's not up to you to decide about the matters of the flying flower boat. Sheng Guanlong snorted and swung her sleeves. She took a few steps forward and said aggressively, little brother Yang, if today's matter is spread out, it won't be good for either of us. You don't want to make a big deal out of it, right? Yang Kai nodded and said, Madam's words are reasonable. What do you suggest? Shang Guanlong chuckled and said, "It's very simple. You saved Yuer's life, so it's not too much for you, to repay you with her body. If today's matter did not happen, it would have been fine. Since today's matter has happened, then please, marry you, Lu Shuer and Guizian were originally looking at her with vigilance, secretly activating their powers in case of any accidents. However, at this moment they could not help but open their mouths in shock. What does this mean? They thought that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. How could a bad thing turn into a good thing? Lu Shuer and Guizian's expressions could not help but become strange. Yang Kai could not believe his ears and said hesitantly, "What did Madame Long say? Did you say wrongly or did I hear wrongly?" Shang Guanlong smiled and said, "I didn't say wrongly and you didn't hear wrongly. After all, today's matter is not very honorable. If word spreads, it will affect your reputation. I'm afraid you, will not be able to face anyone. However, if you can marry you, and give her a status, then there will be no more problems." Yang Kai looked at her, then at Tong Yuchuan, who had a helpless and angry look on his face. He suddenly understood Shang Guanlong's intentions. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, your daughter and the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wushuang, have a marriage agreement?" Shang Guanlong said lightly, "It's just a verbal agreement. It doesn't count." I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. Shang Guanyu had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. No one knew what had happened to her in the past 2 years. Especially for Wei Wushuang, he must have lived in torment every day for the past 2 years. Now, although Shang Guanyu was rescued and her life was not in danger, who could guarantee that she was still a virgin? If Wei Wushuang was an ordinary person, it would be fine. However, he was the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion. With such a prominent status, how could he allow a woman with a defect to marry him? Even if he did not mind, the entire sky-bearing pavilion would not agree to it. No wonder the people of the sky-bearing pavilion came and went in such a hurry. Yang Kai did not quite understand at first. Now that he thought about it, he finally figured it out. The reason why the sky-bearing pavilion left in such a hurry was not because the way back was different. It was most likely to express a kind of attitude. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when Wei Wushuang came to thank him, there was a trace of helplessness mixed with hatred in his eyes. He was shocked. Wei Wushuang most likely did not want to save Shang Guanyu, or rather, did not want to save a living Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanlong must have seen this too. She knew that she could not count on Wei Wushuang for her daughter's happiness, so she came to him. After all, he had revealed the existence of the void before, and there were guards like Lu Shuai and Guizian by his side. In Shang Guanlong's opinion, marrying Shang Guanyu to him was not a humiliation. Today's matter should be all part of her plan. As his thoughts changed, Shang Guanlong's voice rang in his ears. "Little brother Yang, you were the one who saved you, so you know her best. When you saved her, she was still in self-imposed isolation. In other words, she hasn't been treated harshly in the past 2 years and is still a virgin. But now that something like this has happened, her innocence is ruined. You have to take responsibility. Moreover, although my daughter is a little stupid, her temperament is very good. Moreover, her aptitude is not bad. In the future, it will not be a problem for her to reach level 4 and split open the sky. She should not be a disgrace to your identity. If our families can be married, we can help each other in the 3,000 worlds and benefit each other. You said before that the void has just been established, but in this vast universe, it is not easy to establish a force and rise. My flying flower boat has stood in the territory of the flying flower boat for thousands of years and finally has some foundation. We can help you in this matter. Little brother Yang, what do you think?" She was amiable and persuasive. Her words were clear, as if Yang Kai would suffer a great loss if he did not marry Shang Guanyu. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madame Long's words make sense." Tong Yuchuan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although he did not want the situation to develop like this, it was already so. If Yang Kai could really agree to marry his daughter, it would be a solution. Wei Wushuang could not be counted on. Compared to Wei Wushuang, this young man in front of him was pleasing to the eye. As for his character, it was still to be verified, but he would not be worse than Wei Wushuang. Shang Guanlong's smile became brighter. "Since you agree, we can sit down and discuss in detail." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work." Shang Guanlong's smile froze on her face. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "I think that what you said makes sense, but it doesn't mean that I will do that. I won't hide it from Madam. Even though I'm all alone right now, I actually have 4, 5, 6, or 7 wives at home. Before I left last time, The strongest wife told me that I have to keep myself clean and not go around picking up flowers and grass. Even if I pick up some flowers and grass, I can't let her find out and I can't bring them home. Otherwise she will chop those flowers and grass into 7, 8, or even 10 pieces. Therefore, I can only politely decline Madame's kindness. Sheng Wanlong narrowed her eyes slightly. It's okay. I will explain it to them personally. I believe that they will at least give me some face. She wasn't surprised that Yang Kai had so many wives and concubines. After all, Yang Kai didn't look like an ordinary person, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many wives and concubines. As long as Sheng Guanyu could marry him with her backing, dealing with those wives and concubines would be a piece of cake. Not only that, but the first 3 layers can also repair themselves. As long as they aren't damaged too severely, they can repair many of the holes on their own. Yang Kai communicated with the jade ring with his mind and sensed the first 3 layers of the formation. He discovered that Master Wuliang was not exaggerating, so he nodded slightly. Master Wuliang had already introduced these functions to Yang Kai long before he had set up the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang continued, the 3 middle layers are protective formations. The first is concealment. If True Monarch is willing, you can activate the formation and completely conceal the void. From the outside, you won't be able to see what's inside. Of course, if True Monarch wants to lure the enemy in, you can do so as well. Not only can this concealment formation hide the void, it can also create a disguise to mislead the enemy. The second is hallucination. Those who enter this array will have all kinds of hallucinations and will not be able to distinguish between north and south. Of course, if True Monarch has a suitable secret treasure to fill the array core, it can increase the power of this array. This old man has already reserved the position of the array core. When the time comes, True Monarch can make the decision yourself. The third is defense. I've already placed the heavenly Luo umbrella that True Sovereign brought back in the center of the formation. I don't know who made the heavenly Luo umbrella, but it's of an extremely high grade and powerful. With it as the center of the formation, this old man doesn't dare to say that the void is impregnable, but if we want to break through, we'll need at least 10 middle ranks to work together for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said happily, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Master Wuliang waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This old man should be the one thanking you. This 9 heavens formation costs a lot of resources. This old man had already thought of it several hundred years ago, but was unable to set it up. Today, with your support, this old man's wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 4198. Suddenly changing the topic, Grandmaster Wu Liang said, "Let me tell you about the last 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays are offensive spirit arrays. The first 3 spirit arrays absorb the power of the stars, and most of it is stored in these 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays have 3 transformations, each more powerful than the last. If one falls into this spirit array, even a high-rank heaven splitter won't be able to escape. This old master has already placed suitable artifacts in the array cores of the first 2 spirit arrays. The heaven-punishing sword that True Monarch gave me before is placed in the penultimate spirit array. Using the power of this spirit array to stimulate the heaven-punishing sword, it will be difficult for an ordinary heaven splitter to block its power. As for the last spirit array, according to True Monarch's instructions, the array core has also been reserved. Although I don't know what arrangements True Monarch has made, True Monarch must remember that this last spirit array is based on the person. It is best not to use it rashly before your strength is insufficient, otherwise, there will be a risk of backlash." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I will remember. Many thanks, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Wu Liang let out a long breath and lowered his head to stare at the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of arrangements and take in the entire 9 heavens spirit array, a gratified look appearing in the depths of his eyes. "Grandmaster, this is the reward we agreed on before. Please accept it." Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it over. Since he had asked Grandmaster Wu Liang to arrange this spirit array, he naturally couldn't ask him to do it for free. As for the reward, they had already agreed on it beforehand. Now that the 9 heavens spirit array had been completed, he naturally had to pay. Grandmaster Wu Liang sighed and silently accepted the space ring before saying in disappointment and frustration, "I'm afraid this spirit array is the pinnacle this old master can achieve in this lifetime. There will be no chance for me to surpass it in the future. I hope True Monarch can treat this spirit array well." For an array Dao Grandmaster like him, the 9 heaven spirit array he had painstakingly arranged for so long was not only the crystallization and result of his lifetime of cultivation, but also the child he had given birth to, so he was naturally reluctant to part with it. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he smiled, "If Grandmaster is not reassured, you might as well stay in the void. I believe that this spirit array will operate for a long time with your personal care." Great Master Wu Liang shook his head and said, "Don't try to rope this old man in, True Monarch. This old man is used to living a carefree life and can't stand being restrained. If this old man really wanted to join some force, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today." Although Yang Kai knew that this was somewhat impossible, he was still somewhat disappointed when Grandmaster Wu Liang actually refused. If such a formation Dao Master could stay in the Void Land, it would be of great help to the future development of the Void Land. However, since the other party was unwilling, Yang Kai could not force it. "However, True Sovereign, please rest assured. Since this 9 heavens grand formation is set up in the Void, this old man will naturally keep his mouth shut about the various mysteries within it. If even half a word is leaked, this old man's Dao seal will collapse, the universe will shatter, and I will die on the spot." He was swearing an oath on his own Dao seal. Yang Kai said solemnly, "You're too serious, Grandmaster. Since the lady boss invited you to set up the spirit array, I naturally trust you.